2017, we paid plan check and inspection fees of $448,650, which is 7.8% of the engineering cost estimate that we provided to the city. On August 9th, 2018, the city reduced the rate from 7.8% to 4.1%. California Constitution and settled law established that the city may only collect fees that are no more than necessary to cover reasonable costs, i.e., there must be a fair relationship between the city's costs and the burdens on or the benefits to the payer, and that would be us. Furthermore, the burden is on the city to establish the costs and support them. The fees that we paid should actually be less than 4.1% because the staff received a 5% raise in the interim time between we are paying the fees and the lowering of the fee in August of 2018. We were also charged twice for plan check and inspection fees on our water system, once by the city staff and then once by Sunny Slope, and that really didn't seem fair to us either. If there was ever an unambiguous case for reimbursement, this is it. We paid higher fees. The city then acknowledged that their fees were too high by lowering them, and now we're asking for a reimbursement. Nobody wants to deal with the wasted time and expense of a lawsuit, and we certainly don't. And therefore, we're offering we're proposing the following settlement. Silver Oaks to be refunded $227,739, which is the difference between 7.8% and 4.1%. We will waive the right to interest charges, which is mandated by state law is 7% of the overage. And we will waive the right to attorney fees. We don't want to go to a lawsuit in any case. And we will not dispute the double charges on our water system. And finally, we would point out that by settling this in closed session, the city does not have to make a public statement of wrongdoing and will not incur any attorney's fees. I've just got 3 sentences.
Go ahead, finish your sentences.
Okay. We would also request that you make a decision tonight if possible, because the statute of limitations is running out on our ability to file a lawsuit in less than a month. And again, we just want to be treated fairly and continue to build the great senior project that we've started for the seniors in Hollister. I appreciate your time and your consideration of this request, and if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you. This is an item of closed session, so I don't believe we can go back and forth on the item. But thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. City Attorney, do you have any comments before we go into closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only to point out that the closed session is agendized for item number 1, consultation of public employment, section 54957, title City Manager Recruitment. Number 2, threat to public services or public facilities, section Government Code section 54957, consultation with Hollister Police Chief or representative. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code section 54566.9B, 4 potential cases, one of which, as Mr. Miller pointed out, relates to the matter that he just discussed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Sound like we had an echo tonight. Did you hear that, Aaron? Did it sound like there was an echo to you guys?
Your mic's on.
I know, but do you hear an echo in it? That's That's why I'm asking.
Is
No.
maybe because the room's so empty? I don't
Probably.
know.
It's
I
not-
think
yeah.
That might be why.
All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting of September 16th, 2019. Councilmember Lenore, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Here.
Mayor Velasquez.
Here.
Councilmember Spencer.
Here.
Councilmember Lenore.
Present.
City Manager Avera.
Present.
City Attorney Epperson.
Here.
Police Chief Westrick.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of September 16th, 2019 was posted on the bulletin board on September 12th, 2019 at 10:25 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report from closed session is that the City Council discussed the items agendized for closed session discussion. Regarding item number 1, consultation regarding public employment section, Government Code Section 54957, direction was given to staff. Regarding item number 2, threat to public services or public facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, that item was continued to a future date. And regarding item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, a motion was made by Councilmember Richmond and seconded by Councilmember Resendez that the mayor be authorized to execute a document entitled Settlement Agreement and Stipulation for Entry of Administrative Civil Liability Order regarding order number R3 2019-0004 in the matter of City of Hollister Municipal Sewer System and Industrial Wastewater Treatment Plant, San Benito County. Councilmember Lenore recused herself from that matter and did not participate. The motion was adopted 4-0. Also regarding number 3, a motion was made by Councilmember Richmond and seconded by Councilmember Resendez and adopted 5-0. That motion was that the mayor be authorized to execute a consent order pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 25187 in the matter of John Smith Road Landfill Class 1 Area 2650 John Smith Road, Hollister, California. And the City Council adjourned from closed session at 6:29 p.m.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to proclamations. We have one tonight for Constitution Week. Ms. Bishop here?
Yes.
There you are. Come on down. How are you?
Good.
Stay here with me. Whereas it's the privilege and the duty of the American people to commemorate the 232nd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America, with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and display. And now, therefore, I, Ignacio Velasquez, Mayor of the City of Hollister, do hereby proclaim September 17th through the 23rd, 2019 as Constitution Week in the City of Hollister. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this proclamation. I'm Lynetta Bishop, and I'm here with the Daughters of the American Revolution. And if everybody today or tomorrow or this week reads the Constitution, it would be wonderful. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? No items. Do we have any public?
Yeah, we
What?
have a couple speakers for item A3, which is a street closure for the first,
A3?
A3, the
First
first
responders.
responder art exhibition.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda outside of A3.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We're going to move to item A3. Who's the speaker comments?
The first speaker is Heidi Jumper.
Hello. My name is Heidi Jumper. Some of you know me, some of you do not, because sometimes I'm the quiet side of the San Benito County Arts Council. I'm the marketing and brand manager there. And we're here today to ask for the street closure for our first responder art show. We're really excited about this event. We have the Hollister Police Department participating. We have the Hollister Fire Department and also local CAL FIRE. And what they have done is they have all created all different types of artwork that we have currently hanging at our art space annex on 5th Street, which is our exhibition space. And we are having our opening reception on Friday the 27th from 5 to 7 p.m. that's going to showcase all of the work that we have up. And we like this event to be an opportunity for our community to get together and to see and meet our first responders and connect with them on an individual level and see what they're about outside of what they do for work and celebrate the work that they do for us in our community. So we're asking for the street closure so that the fire department and the police department can set up some fire and police apparatus so that the community members that come to the event can interact and see the different vehicles and some of the equipment and the different work that they do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Silas Jumper.
Good evening.
What are all your?
My name is Silas Jumper, husband of Heidi Jumper. It's no coincidence. So I'm just kind of piggybacking on what she said. I've been a firefighter for 20 years. I'm a captain with Presidio Monterey Fire, prior Marine Corps. I've been doing this for quite some time, so a lot of times giving back, static displays are one of the most important things for kids, families, touch, feel, actually see firefighters, actually see our police, kind of get to actually see all that. So road closure is the safest way to do it. So we're trying to do that if at all possible. So that's basically, she said it a lot better than I can. So,
Thank you.
but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are no other speakers.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-210, approving the temporary street closure of 5th Street from San Benito to East for the first responder art exhibition on September 27th.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Tammy Avalos.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I'm with the Coalition for a New Library and Resource Center. I just wanted to say thank you for your support by signing the resolution in support of a new library, and just wanted to extend an invitation to everyone for our next meeting, which is this Saturday, September the 21st at 10 a.m. at the library. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Tammy.
Sorry, Sue Logue.
Hi, good evening. Susan Logue, Friends of the Library. I'm president of the Friends. I wanted to let you know that the Friends has partnered with DKG, and we've been giving out to 18 new teachers teacher baskets. So they've been really excited we've got some pictures coming out. It'll be, great to have that. In the tubs were gift cards, classroom supplies, student pencils, stickers, stuff like that. But we went and delivered them at the schools, and they were, really excited. Meanwhile, the Friends are having their 39th year celebration of being a friend. So we're going to have a contest for the children on October 23rd. If you'd like to come, you're welcome. We'd love to have you. It'll be 6 o'clock that night. So the Friends are had the children, right now they've been given a contest question about kindness. So, yeah,
Great.
we're looking forward to that. Other things that are going on at the library, they have iCloud, so you can get your books delivered directly to your device at home. They also have Canopy, so live streaming movies. You're allowed to get 6 per person per household per month. They also have Lego Club, Homework Club, crafts, movies on Saturday, a tech tutorial. I took one yesterday because I was having trouble with my phone and my email and kind of connecting everything. That's for people who need help. And they were great, so they spent quite a bit of time with me. So if you know anyone who's older and a little bit challenged technology-wise, it was really worth it. So they provide that free. And the last thing was the coding workshops that they're doing with the teens right now. So thank you very much. Hope to see you there.
Thank you, Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
Zavon?
If you were gonna stand, how much I feel inside?
Mr. Zaman, Zavon, please, let's start. the
Hello,
right way.
Mayor.
This-
Hello,
this-
Mayor.
please.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to pump up my
I'm-
community.
I'm-
My bad. Trying
I'm
to
gonna
pump up
ask
my
you,
youth community
please,
that's here in the
please.
politics, right? My
I-
bad.
That's great, but we
My
need
bad.
you to
My
be-
bad, Mayor. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
I won't call them go-getters, innovators, driving champions, here to make a political difference, right? That's where your youth is here, right? Good. My name is Zavon. I'm a motivational speaker. I'm an artist. I'm everything of above, important, and my heart is filled with all that. And it's so interesting. Oh, wait, before I say anything, I just want to say one thing. Aspen Dental. Has anybody seen Aspen Dental? Like, unless they have a bowling alley in the back and a card room, I mean, what's going on here, Mayor? Like, what kind of places are we bringing here? Look at the young minds here. I mean, we need some destinations of venue, of entertainment, of things to do, of keeping the youth alive. I mean, like, our brilliant youth here, Mayor, is gonna leave, And then what's gonna happen? Who's gonna be here? Who's gonna take? I know it's funny to you, but it's not. It's really serious, Mayor. Look who sits before you. Look at this. This is awesome. Like, I have such a rush right now to see so many young, brilliant minds here, showing yourself that you're important, knowing you're a champion, knowing you're a go-getter, innovator, and all the above. Knowing that you can make a difference by coming things to here, like making a difference in your city. Looking at the mayor and challenging him. There's nothing wrong with challenging your community to see if you could go further with innovation. You got the high schools coming up with ideas all the time of like having workshops and having like their own store. And I mean, that's actually brilliant, And I get a little bit of off the wall when I come up here speaking because I want to say so many things about how important you are and how everything in your life matters. And to wake up every single day and tell yourself that every morning is absolutely brilliant. And don't ever forget that. I don't need to talk about the city because as long as he's our mayor, nothing's gonna ever change. No BS. But I'm letting you know right now that you guys are all important, you guys are all champions, and I'm so excited to see the youth here. I really am. That's all I gotta say. For real.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move over to D1, City Manager's report. City Manager, you have any reports?
If I may, can I respectfully request that the council move item G.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about moving that up. We'll move it up to
G3, please.
right after your report.
Yeah. And actually, I have a few other things to report, so I have nothing to report at this time. Chief, do you have any training things?
I do. Actually, I attended the FBI retrainer for California, cybercrime, and PTSI, that's post-traumatic stress injury. We're on the docket for 3 days down there. Good information. Hopefully we'll able to implement some of those things we're going to do here with our own people in the city as well.
Okay. Any other reports?
Myself, Henry, and Derek attended the PWX Expo in Seattle last week. It was very enlightening. Seattle has a homeless issue, so a lot of the attention was placed on the homeless issue. I attended many, many sessions that really filled in a lot of blanks on how we got to where we are with the stuff that's been going on down in LA. And then one of the most important classes that I attended, next 3 days we have a vendor here turning on our 311 system, which is a system that the community will use to create automatic work orders in my department for service. Boston has had this for a period of 6 years, and they've discovered that it is magnifying the problem of not getting the right resources to the neighborhoods that need it. So as a result of that class, we're gonna be having a conversation with the vendor to make sure that we put a safety in so that doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
As your representative for our RISC Bowl in Beja, I attended the California Joint Powers Association, where they help us learn how to run the pool better. Also did a lot of safety classes, workers' comp, and general liability, so that we don't use our insurance for those items. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes D2.
That does? All
Thank you.
right. There's a request to move G3 forward, if that's all right with the council. There's a consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and get a presentation from a homeless presentation.
Good evening, City Council members and members of the public. My name is Enrique Arriola. I'm Deputy Director for San Benito County Health and Human Service Agency. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm here to give an update of the homeless services that are being provided in this community. And I wanted to thank City Council members for your support in past years with the operations of the homeless shelter. So let me go ahead and get started. So this chart here is the location where the shelter is being operated on a daily basis. The light purple area is the shelter. It's approximately 5,000 square feet. It includes 28 beds for males, 22 for females, for a total of 50 beds. There's security at, throughout the first shift till midnight. There's also meals provided, the showers, and with phase two is the blue area. That's for services, but it also includes a kitchen that is accessible, fully accessible for the shelter, and also laundry facilities. And then phase 3, you will see the back end. That is for 8 transitional units. They're all gonna be small, 200 square feet, with a common kitchen and common laundry facility. And phase 3 is not complete. It hasn't even started, but we're working with RMA, with the county, to make sure this happens. We already have the funds secure. We got a grant of $1.45 million. So that's forthcoming, and I anticipate this to be completed by April-ish, May or so of next year. So this is in the works. So the Home Resource Center, Housing Opportunities, Meals, and Empowerment is the name of the shelter. It's the first ever in our community, and actually in many communities throughout the state, that we are the first one that has accomplished what nearby communities have not accomplished. We are often looked at, for visits from other counties, for either Siskiyou. I think we had Siskiyou. Mariposa's requested to come out and learn from us, Monterey County as well in the past. So phase 3 constitutes $1.5 million. So that's phase 1. We secured those funds and made it happen. Phase 2, $1.5 million that we're done. We made it happen. So we have 3 social workers, a supervisor. I'm actually stationed at this location as well, and a couple other staff that provides services, case management, workshops and stuff like that for additional support services. And phase 3 is transitional units. This will be 2-year transition unit model, and $1.45 million will be secured. And just some regular, some statistics. We've averaged 43 on any given night, but if you look at the average for males, we're like 27.91, that's like 28, we're up to capacity. The females are the ones that are usually not up to capacity, and we're trying to recruit and get more of the females in our facility. So some general statistics as of May, We have 238 unduplicated guests that have attended our facility. Two duplicated units of guests, 18,974. Meals provided, if you count all the meals provided on a daily basis since we opened in December 2017, 57,151. And in looking at those that obtain housing, 60 of them, whether it's internal by themselves, through rental assistance programs and housing navigation assistance, and then as far as obtaining employment, 45. We, as a county, have operated the winter shelter program for more than 35 years. This is specifically targeting homeless families. So every year we target 20 to 30. This year we are servicing 20, and that's because of funding. So it's a standard program during the winter months, 4 months. They pay security deposit, they pay rent, but at the end of the program, these funds are given back to them so they could use for permanent housing. There's usually a wait list of 100 or more, and it costs us about $80,000 to make this happen. Helping Hands program is a permanent supportive housing program that is funded by HUD. We've had these funds for, I think, 7 years now. It says there 6, but it's about 7 years. We do master leasing, scattered leasing throughout the county, and we have our clients housed at different units. We have 11 units and total 21 household members, and this program costs us about $242,000. Whole Person Care Program is a program that provides a holistic, I tend to look at it as a holistic approach because it looks at the total facets of one's being. It includes supportive services, housing assistance, transportation assistance, the whole person care, individual assessment, housing navigation, case management. It has an advocate staff, a data coordinator for statistics, and a multidisciplinary team to really look at coordination of care services. We have 44 clients enrolled, 24 that are active, 6 that have been housed, and 16%. One of our major goals is to reduce the visits to the ER, emergency room visitations, and also reduction in hospitalization. So since we started this program a couple of years ago, we reduced ER visits by 16% and 40% hospitalization, so this is saving a lot of money to the hospital system. And this program is budgeted at $900,000, so this is a pilot program, 5 years, and it expires in about a year and a half. And we hope to continue this program. CalWorks Housing Support Program, we have an annual budget of $166,000. We serve 10 to 16, and this program is specifically for CalWorks families. So if they're experiencing homelessness, they get referred to our program. We have a social worker that works with them and try to get them housed. And we pay 12 months of rental assistance. So this is a great support. It gives them time to get reconnected, whether it's work, increase their income, and get them more stabilized. And there's also a case manager assigned to this program. Rapid Rehousing is a program that we have. We got funded for $116,000. We serve 10 to 14 clients, and we provide 6 months of rental assistance. And the major goal is to get them housed as quickly as possible. So that's Rapid Rehousing program. We also have hotel vouchers. We usually budget, our Community Action Board budgets about $15,000. We serve 25 to 40 individuals. And we target individuals that are elder, and families that are homeless, and more frail individuals. Because we have a shelter, we'll refer them first, but if we really need to house them, we provide up to 3 nights. We could extend that, for those that really, really need to. The same for transportation assistance. We budget a couple $1,000, $3,000 actually, and we usually have about 200 clients that need to get into our facilities. We give them transportation tokens and such. I wanted to quickly highlight the homeless census that took place earlier this year. If you look at 2011, we started the count with 193. It jumped to 365 in 2013, 651 in 2015. In 2017, it took a 19% dip of 527, and this time around, it took a huge dip of 46 or so percent to 283. I think there's many factors. I think one is we've housed a lot more individuals. We've been very prudent at bringing resources to get homeless community more stabilized. It also rained during that period of time very heavy. We had the mayor and also that also volunteered, and we went out that morning, and it was raining the previous week. So those are the numbers that we have for now. A couple other highlights here in the homeless census report. 40% were sheltered, and 60% were unsheltered from the count. And 85% said that they were residents in San Benito County prior to becoming homeless. And length of time here in this county, 19% said they were here under a year, 26% 1 year to 4 years, and 10% 5 to 9 years, and 44% 10 plus years. So this really shows that our homeless community have been residents of San Benito County. So first episode of homelessness, for those that were surveyed, 40% said that has been their first episode of homelessness. And as far as age, 3% said they were between the ages of 0 to 17, and 18 to 24 years, constituted of 12%, and 85% 25 years plus. And 12% said they were spent at least a night in jail or prison over the past year, and that's 12%. And 13% said they were at some point involved in the foster care system. And primary event that led to homelessness, 73% said it was financial issues where they lost their job, they were evicted, or they just lost income. 20% divorce, separation, 15% fight or some type of conflict, 50% legal issues, 10% alcohol, drug use, 7% mental health issues, and 6% incarceration. They were also asked, what would it require for you to obtain housing? And 84% said they would need rental assistance. So if they secured housing, they need more income, and in support, they would need rental assistance. 38% job, more income. 14% money for move-in costs, and 10% help finding an apartment. Duration of current episode of homelessness, 4% said that they were homeless 30 days or more, or less, 46% 1 to 11 months, and 50% 1 year or more. This slide is self-reported health conditions, and 32% said they suffer from depression, 17% other psychiatric emotional condition, 15% alcohol or drug use, 10% post-traumatic stress disorder, 14% chronic health condition, 60% physical disability, 7% traumatic brain injury, and 2% HIV/AIDS or related illness. This slide, disabling conditions. So 23% of respondents said they had a disabling condition. They were also asked if they receive government assistance. 79% said they do receive some type of government assistance. And the services they're receiving, 70% are meal services, 38% shelter day services, 35% emergency shelter, 21% bus passes, 16% health services, and 9% mental health services. They were asked what would be some reasons for not receiving any government assistance, and 30% said they just don't think they're eligible. 25% they just don't want government assistance. 13% never applied. 5% benefits ran out. 5% no permanent address, and 5% no ID. So that's now the next slides. I wanted to highlight a couple of capital development projects that are in the works. I already mentioned phase 3 of the Home Resource Center. That's a $1.45 million grant that we obtained. It's the 8 units, 200 square feet each, so that's in the works. We also recently, the Board of Supervisors approved the contract between the Homeless Coalition of Monterey County, the Continuum of Care, in the amount of $1.85 million, of which 1.1 is being earmarked for this project. So this project constitutes of 14 400 to 800 square feet units. So they're small units. They're going to be between 2 bedrooms and 4 bedroom units. And I had a meeting with RMA this morning, and we want to move this forward fairly quickly. So the outcome would be 14 units. We also submitted an application. We were eligible to apply for $1.6 million for whole person care housing fund. And the goal is to get 5 to 10 units, whether it's purchase, whether it's construction. So we're looking at different options at the moment. So these would expand the housing inventory for homeless individuals, 8, 14, 22, and let's say be conservative 8. So that's at least 30 units. So we hope to continue to provide these type of services. Just to give you an idea, we have, this is the migrant center. We have 67 homes for migrant seasonal farm workers. And right on the bottom right side, there's a mobile park. Those constitutes of 15 mobile units for 2-year transitional shelter. And right next to that, on the left side, that's the proposed HEAP transitional housing unit. So we have about an acre that we're targeting at the moment. So if that becomes reality, that will be the location. So just to give you a quick idea, this is my last couple of slides. These are, over the course of the last 5 years or so, these are the funds that we have applied and secured. So this shows over the 5 years, $13,634,000 annually. Over the last year or so, it's $7.5 million for the different projects that we've been working on, which does include also the funding for the homeless shelter and operations for it, because operations, it cost us over $600,000, I think $615,000, $617,000, and it's always a struggle to get the resources to make it happen, but we've been successful over the last few years to keep the doors open. So I think, when we look at opportunities in helping solve and eliminate homeless, part of the continuum of care goal is to eliminate homelessness. And we cannot do it if we don't partner. We cannot do it if we don't have additional funding for housing. In my opinion, housing is the solution, whether it's tiny home concept, whether it's apartment complex or scattered units that are more permanent supportive housing. We just need to have more funding for this. So I think, there's a big opportunity for partnership, collaboration, City of Hollister, the school district, the county, and other key departments. I think we just need to think global and really look at the benefit of our homeless community. I think there's also an opportunity for the City of Hollister to prioritize the CDBG application for the next round and focus it on the homeless. Why not? I think there's a big need, and we certainly could look at that. And then San Benito County to continue being proactive with fund development. We have been very proactive, and we're going to continue to do so. And then also implement San Benito County's first-time homebuyers program. We secured $1.1 million for first-time homebuyers loans that are going to be very low interest, and this is going to be a real worthwhile project. This will be for the Southside project. I think it's going to include 23 homes, and it's going to be led by Community Services Development Corporation. And also active engagement with the local homeless planning committee. This committee meets every other month. We just met last week, so we'll be meeting the second Monday of November. So you are more than welcome to participate. And these meetings are attended by different key stakeholders, nonprofit organizations, city, county, and stuff like that. So it's good to be involved and look at planning and implementing services. And also, I think it will be, for the last 3 or 4 years, City Council has been, we've been blessed that, we've gotten support, with operating funds. I think, to ask for $250,000 annual would be more than appropriate. We have done tremendous amount of work, and we'll continue to do that. But keeping the doors open, fundraising is always going to be an issue year after year. So we're going to continue to work at it, and I think if City Council, City Hollister would be willing, I think it's going to be a win-win situation for everyone. $250,000, so that's what I'm going to put out here. Annual contributions instead of coming back every year. Hopefully, it gets back as part of general fund. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you for the update. Any questions from council?
I'd like to make a comment. You want me to hold that until comments, or can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a comment. First of all, I want to thank you, Enrique, and everybody you work with and all the groups on the terrific job you've done with really a limited amount of funding. It sounds like a lot of funding, but when you look at the expenses, it is actually, and the size of the problem, it's a limited amount of funding. I'm sure the people in the audience, as you went through it, noticed how many different programs there are. Mm-hmm. And the truth of the matter is, each of those programs is pretty small. Yeah. Sometimes they handle 10 families. Yeah. sometimes
Sure.
16 families. But each of them chips away at the problem a little bit and tries to do it. It's a terrible problem we have here in California, homelessness, primarily because of the cost of shelter in California. That's the primary reason. And I just don't want people in the public to be fooled by the reduction in the head count of how many people are homeless. That number goes up and down, as you pointed out, with the weather, with the time of year, and many other factors. The truth of the matter is, it's a big problem, and it's very difficult to keep a hand on how much progress you make. The progress you know for sure you make are things like the homeless shelter and the programs that you see, rather than just counting people. You know, the programs that you see where people are helped. So I want to thank you on behalf of all the residents of the city of Hollister for the work you do, because everybody in the audience and most people listening will say, it's never going to happen to me. That's the one thing everybody says. I will never be homeless. Well, unfortunately, some of you will be at some time. And if not you, someone you know or love will be at some time, because it happens to everyone, not always their fault. It's circumstances. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lenore.
I wanted to thank you also for coming, and I want to ask the mayor if, I know you're passionate on this issue, and I know you know about this subject more than maybe the rest of us. And I really hope that you can guide us as a group to participate in the solution for homeless, and let us know what I can do to help. And I am open for discussing funding in our next budget cycle. I think it has to be done. And I know that you're a driver behind that, so I'll look to your guidance for that.
Absolutely. And again, I want to thank everybody who's been working on this issue. Again, we go back to 2013 and when we first started trying to get this shelter built, and how hard it was just to get to that point. But the success has proven that if we're doing something, we can make a difference. It's absolutely critically important that the city does stay involved financially, tied into this, so it can continue to succeed and eventually create the day programs that we need to help those that are in need during the day also. So I'm looking forward to continuing to work with the county and your agency and doing more to get more people off the street and into the programs they need to start a better life.
Well, thank you for having me over, and hopefully you could invite me back for funding consideration, because I'd really like to move that on.
We're absolutely going to have you back.
You need to come back.
Do we have any speaker cards on this?
Yes. Savon?
My name is Devon. I'm a full-blown artist, motivational speaker, and I'm here just to, represent my community. And homeless. When homeless comes to my mind, what comes to my mind? Prevention. Preventing homeless from ever even happening. Having resources and services that prevent someone from, becoming homeless, having to be in a shelter, which the shelter, I see up there, I see a lot of percentages, numbers, and things, but right now, if you go to the shelter, it's just nothing but sugar and gossip. They ain't taking care of nothing out there. And services, well, I tell you like this, I signed up for one of those housing things, and I was even put on the list. So that's just to tell you right now what services, what's going on in the real deal, what's going on with my own experience. Now for homeless, Santa Cruz right now, they just did this farm where they're having actually homeless people work there and actually stay there and have an opportunity to get on their feet. I think that's a cool idea. I would like to have seen more ideas up there than just a bunch of numbers. You know what I mean? Ideas that are going to bring to the table to have solutions. Because solutions is what we need, not answers. Answers can be wrong. Solutions are totally targeted. I love you, Mrs. Lenore. You're so awesome the way you put the mayor. Mayor, if you're the driver in this, I would like to, I don't know, I see some smoke coming from that engine or something like that, because, we should have a lot more opportunity for the homeless people right now. Look at the clothing. We got a thrift store, and the homeless look like they're dying for clothes. I was out there too. There's some things that need to be checked up on, like the people doing the services. Maybe you can, start that engine again, Mayor, and, go out there and drive to really what's going on, because for real, I don't see anybody out there even ever passing out pamphlets or, just churches going out there and serving food and all that. But I never see the mayor out there. That's on the real. I never see you out there. I hear you, Mrs. Lenore. Mr. Ignacio, you know, Mayor, I don't come up here to put you down or nothing. Honestly, I try to shoot you game. You know, I try to shoot you game so you can note down because, you know, if you were wiser and maybe a little bit more leadership skills, you wouldn't have to worry about 2020. You know, because there's gonna be another mayor here for sure. I just hope that your experience here, though, the time that you're here, you know, and everything that you brought to the table, which is like, you know, like, come on, really, like. You know, I hate this for you. Don't worry, because the next mayor is gonna bring potential things for us to do, like venues of entertainment. I mean, we don't have a bowling alley, or you know, a place to go kick back like the youth. Like right now, what can the youth go do right now? You know, like you get out of here, you can't do nothing. There's nothing, absolutely nothing. And how many friends' houses do you need to go before that friend's house, their mom isn't such a PTA mom, and their dad's not, you know, just got out of jail, and you go to a house like that? It's the truth, you know. You go to a house every single day to a different person's house, you're gonna meet someone that you know that is disturbing. And that's why I try to remind you guys are champions. Tell yourself every day that you're important, because you are, for real. And success is awake. You're awake, you're moving, your eyes are, you're breathing, you're a success, for real. And as long as you could believe in yourself and be that, no one will ever be homeless again, because we'll have so much potential of innovative ideas coming from our youth. That's pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me, do we have any other speakers?
Yeah, Larry Smith.
Hello, everybody. My name is Larry Smith, and I want to thank everybody on the board, Enrique, Christina, and everybody that helps out at the shelter. Me, personally, I'm homeless because about 10 years ago, my mom passed away and the bank took the house. And I went through a little bit of a downfall, started using and became homeless, started living on the hill and stuff. But thanks to the shelter, which I'm in by way of the court right now because I'm going through drug court, and I actually have just over a year and a half clean. And the words that I use for my sobriety are, it's not negotiable anymore. I just had 2 granddaughters, and I have a 16-year-old daughter, and it's time. And thanks to the shelter, I have that structure that I need, that I didn't have for a while. It caters to me in a lot of different ways because I'm an artist as well as a musician. And since I've been there just a little bit over 6 months, I've met a guy that plays guitar for like the last 50 years, and so we're starting to plan to get together. We're actually making plans to get on stage in Santa Cruz in the summer concert series and all that. And also, as far as art goes, Andy Anderson's been coming in and teaching painting and art classes. So for me, this is a necessity. We need to keep it open. Because since I've been at the shelter, I've seen the homeless working together, you know, not separated. They work together. We have problems, yeah, because we're all individuals. We all come from different backgrounds. But when it comes down to it, we work those problems out. Sometimes they don't work out, sometimes they do. But for the most part, I just thank God, personally, just thank God for giving me a place to rest my head. You know, since I've been living at the shelter, I've attained work. And in that time, I've already gotten a promotion and a raise. So financially, I'm pretty set. The only thing is the housing. There's no housing. They want me to advocate for myself. But advocating for yourself with a background like mine and the stuff that I've been through in my life, it's not an easy thing. Actual housing is a necessity.
Thank you very much.
Like I said, I have a 16-year-old daughter, and I can't have her come and visit me
Yes.
because I'm at a shelter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you for your success.
Alma Smith.
Hello,
everybody. My name is Alma Smith, and I'm currently at the shelter and have been there for about almost 5 months. I'll be honest with you, it's a place that I never thought I would go to, but we all sometimes run into a situation, and I was in a 4-bedroom. I had to downsize, so at that point, I'm very independent, so I went to the shelter because I know that the community offers the shelter, so that's what I did. I'm there, and I'm very pleased to say that they have much to offer. I mean, you've got a bed, you have somewhere to come to at the end of the day when you're working. I work Monday through Friday, so when I get out, that's where I go. I do have family, but like I said, I'm independent and I feel that I need to take care of my own. But I just want to say that the shelter has benefited me in a lot of ways. To be able to, you know, come in and have something to eat, to shower, to go to bed. Yes, you know, you see all walks of life there, like Larry said. We're all there for our own reason. Some are different than others, and I really want to thank, you know, him, Esteban? Enrique and Christina, because I know he has a plan, and that plan for me, you know, like I stand behind it 110%, because that's exactly what we need in this community. They have much to offer. You know, they have the funding for you as to, like, if you need a place, they offer that, and we need that, because, you know, when you're alone and you need somewhere to start, it's a benefit to you. You know, there's, of course, you have to do the footwork, and that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I want to say that I already found my place. I found a 1-bedroom. It took me a few months, but I'm able to get my 1-bedroom, and I'll be moving out of there within about a week to 2 weeks, you know, if all goes well. But that's where, you know, I just want to, you know, say that I'm very grateful, you know, that we have this, because if we didn't have this, where would we be? You know, and I like to be involved there at the shelter as well, with whatever's going on there, and meeting the people, and, you know, and seeing all walks of life. So I just want to thank them very much, and I would appreciate it that you guys take that plan into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Christina Soto.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cristina, and I am the manager at the Home Resource Center shelter. And I just want, Enrique gave numbers up through May. I have actual numbers up through the end of last month. So our average attendance is 43 people a night. Our men's dorm is constantly on a wait list. So today we got 3 more calls. So we have 5 men on the wait list right now for the men's dorm. We've had 313 unduplicated people come into the center since we opened. Our average age of a homeless person walking in is 52 years old. So the age of homelessness is also changing. 58 have found employment. 82 have found housing, whether they decide to utilize a county program or not. 105 of them have been linked to different supportive services throughout the county and the city. We've had 69,319 meals served, because we serve 3 meals a day, every day, 7 days a week. We've had 23,414 bed nights. And one of the questions the last time I was up here was how many come from Hollister and how many are out of Hollister, so I have that number for you. So 78% of our guests at the shelter are from Hollister. We do an intake with them, and we always ask them for their last zip code and last address that they stayed. 22% are out of county or we've had a couple that are out of state as well that have come in. I want to thank Tina Garza. She hooked us up to this awesome resource, which is Martha's Kitchen, where they provide us up to 6 trays a week on days that we do not have dinner sponsored. So our food budget is like relatively nothing, because we have food covered 7 days a week. Also, as part of it, we've had our beautification project, which the mayor had supported, Enrique had supported as well. So we actually had 6 of our own guests out doing projects in the community. from the Hollister Downtown Association to the Migrant Center to Chamberlain's. It was a really, really great program. We also just had a visit from someone that is actually doing a case study on the Home Resource Center. So as soon as that comes out, Enrique will be happy to hand it out to you guys. Also, we talked about paint night. We talked about partnering with the city, code enforcement. The mayor has been a huge support. We're always out there when we're doing sweeps out there with code enforcement with Desiree, and we're gonna be doing one pretty soon out at Dunn Park, flyering and giving information for all the different programs. Also, public health comes out. They just did 20 Hep A shots last month. They're coming back this month to do flu, Hep A, and a hygiene workshop. And then we also partner with behavioral health, also whole person care. And 75% of our guests, this is their first time being homeless. The last thing I want to say is that our shelter does save lives, and we are one big family, because sometimes I don't know what's going on in there because they're all fighting with each other, and other times they just go to bed early. So, and if you want to come and karaoke, they karaoke on Saturday nights, I think, on my day off. So you're more than welcome to come out.
Tina,
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
No more speakers. I do want to speak on this real quick because this is a very important topic. I know I see a lot of young people here. I know you're all passionate and you care about our homeless, right? I see hands that do care. How many of you been to the shelter? You can come and help.
yeah.
What I want to do, what I want to talk about real quick is it's really important to understand the truth. Because a lot of times what happens is we have people come in and say something that's not accurate. Our shelter has succeeded in a way we couldn't even imagine 4 years ago. And it happened because we got together and we decided we're gonna find a solution rather than keep making excuses. And I remember the argument at the time was, why do we wanna provide a shelter for people from out of this community? Because our people are not homeless. And I took one of the supervisors to a camp to go introduce him to some of the homeless along the river. And within a few minutes, he ran into somebody he knew from high school. And it shocked him because he didn't even recognize the person anymore. A few minutes later, he ran into another person he knew from high school. At that moment, he said, "You're right, we need to do something to get a shelter built." And we did it. And we did it by working together and finding ways to make this happen. We've been so successful, even the county of Monterey was coming over asking how we're doing this. So it's very important that if you leave here tonight, know the truth. The truth is we put together a good program here. We're doing everything we can to make sure our homeless are finding jobs or getting housed permanently. What I don't want you to do is leave here and think there's no hope, because it's absolutely wrong. All the people you heard speak tonight are proof we're succeeding, and we need that positive message to get out there. And I'm gonna ask all of you, come out. Every year my family does dinner at the shelter, and we do several events a year at my restaurant here at the Vault. Never once have I ever asked anybody to give me 1 penny. And I want all of you to come out and help. You can come help me at one of the dinners, or you can come to the shelter and help. Bring a pair of socks. Please come out and see it so you guys know the truth and you spread the word about the success we're having in our community and not the misinformation to try to discourage all of us. Because together, we're making a big difference, and we've seen a big drop, but the process does not end. It goes on, and we need to keep working together. And it's council members, all the council members here are supportive. All the supervisors are supportive. Councilmember Lenora went out with me to go do the homeless count. 5 in the morning, rainy day. That's what we're all doing. We're participating. So please come help us. And again, I want to thank everybody at the county. Christine that texts me every night about how many numbers are in that shelter. Those that are succeeding, you're proof. And I want to thank you and congratulate you for all you're doing. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
If I could just say really quick that these numbers that I had in here, they're not fluff. I didn't put these numbers
I know
to just, I'm not in the business of fabricating information. What I could say, these numbers represent real human beings. We're in the business of human services, changing people's lives. So I wanted to thank you again for allowing me to speak here. And also Community Homeless Solutions, I just forgot to mention, they're the operator. They're a nonprofit organization that have been the operators since day one, and they're doing a fantastic job. So thanks again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
So I see a lot of students here. I know you want to hang out with us all night, but I know you got homework, so we have stamps up here. We're going to take a 5-minute break and come up here and get your paper stamped.
Come on, my darlings. we can help them. Us.
All right, everyone, we're going to resume the meeting now and move to item E1 under public hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item before you this evening, I apologize that Maria, she had an issue that she couldn't be here tonight, so I will do my very best to stand in and fill in for her. This is the first cannabis use permit tonight is located at 1920 Airway Drive. They recently received their site and architectural from the Planning Commission back in June. It's a new facility, not yet under construction. This is a CUP that will allow them to cultivate at that location. Pretty simple. If there's anything else I can tell you, I'd be more than happy to answer that. Right now, all the rules normally apply as a new construction and for this particular application. So. Yep.
Okay, is there any questions from council? Okay, this time I'll open it for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
There are no speaker cards.
Okay, this time we'll close public hearing. Is there a motion?
I move resolution number 2019-213, a resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister approving a cannabis conditional use permit development agreement for Just a Herb to operate a cannabis cultivation facility at 1920 Airway Drive.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're going to move to item E2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very similarly, this is a facility that's located at 1785 San Felipe Road. The difference here is this is a manufacturing facility. Mr. Mayor, you'll probably be the only one that remembers this was a facility that had had once before received their cannabis use permit. However, they never acted on that one. It had expired, so this is the resubmittal of that particular application. It is an existing facility, 1785, if you know it as the Fastenal Building, right south of Fallon Road on the right-hand side of the road when you're going up towards the airport. So this is a previously approved cannabis use permit for California's finest manufacturing, and they've wanted to start the process again. So.
All right. Is there any questions or comments? All right, this time we're going to open it for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Okay, this time we'll close public hearing. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2019-214, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a cannabis conditional use permit development agreement for California Finest Manufacturing to operate a cannabis manufacturing facility at 1785 San Felipe Road.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. We're going to move on to,
Thank you, Council.
thank you. We'll move on to item F1.
Good evening. Whoa, really echoey. Good evening. Sorry about that.
I told you guys it was
It
echoey.
does. It does. There is one.
So this item before you is being brought back. It's for the PLC upgrade at the domestic wastewater treatment plant. Is that a little better?
Yeah, it's better.
This is the controllers that control the oxygenation of the treatment process. It's critical that the oxygenation occurs, or we will lose the bugs that work on our that consume the waste. And so this was taken back because there was a request for a guarantee of spare parts, which we have now, which has been added to the document. And I promised also to give you a current fund balance on that fund. It is currently at $10 million.
Okay. All right, is there any questions from council?
Just Just one short
Vice Mayor
question.
Richmond?
The one that's being replaced, was that original equipment?
Yes.
With the original plan? So it's been in operation 12 years? What is it?
12, 15, yeah.
12 to 15 years, all right. Thank you.
What is the expected life on these? What's the guarantee or warranty? What are they?
They were giving us a warranty of 3 years, parts and everything, but they should last 10 to 20.
10, 20, okay. Just want to make sure. All right. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
There are no speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-215.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion
Thank
carries.
you.
Thank you. We'll move to item F2.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. This matter is regarding the reimbursement agreement between the City of Hollister and De Nova Homes for the city's portion of the construction costs for Buena Vista Road, also known as the North Street, which is being built as part of the Allendale subdivision. On April 17th, 2017, a draft reimbursement agreement was presented to the previous City Council for the purpose of paying certain costs associated with the construction of Buena Vista Road. That agreement was not approved by the council, and the matter was continued to the council meeting of May 1st, 2017. On May 1st, 2017, the agreement was brought back to the previous City Council with acceptable modifications, and it was approved. During the city's execution of the agreement, through a clerical oversight, the wrong agreement was given to the city manager for signature. The April 17, 2017 agreement, which was not approved by the previous City Council, was inadvertently given to the city manager and signed instead of the May 1st, 2017 agreement. Further, the May 1st agreement that was approved by the previous City Council was never signed. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution to ratify the reimbursement agreement that was approved by the previous City Council on May 1st, 2017. Staff has prepared that resolution for City Council approval consideration.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions?
Just
Vice
a
Mayor
short
Richmond?
statement, just to make it easy to see in the minutes. This is basically a correction and of an administrative error. Is
Yes.
that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any speaker or?
Nothing has
Councilmember
changed
Richmond?
from the previous agreement that was approved to the one that we're signing, or we're approving today?
Yeah, you're ratifying the agreement that was approved by the
Okay.
previous council.
Okay. Do we have any speaker cards?
There's a speaker card from Zavon, but I don't see him.
Right.
So no speakers.
Shall we wait for him to come back?
Shall
No?
we?
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-216.
There's a motion.
Ratifying the reimbursement agreement for the Allendale project.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move to item F3.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. The City Clerk's Office is requesting an appropriation of $4,560 from the general fund to purchase an electronic Form 700 and campaign form filing system. We obtained 3 different quotes, one from NetFile, one from SouthTech, and a quote to partner with the county with their system, which they are using SouthTech. But overall, NetFile had the best price, the most comprehensive system on one platform that will basically make Form 700 compliance, tracking, reminders, amendments, access to the public, redactions much more seamless. And it'll save time for council members, commissioners, and staff to file every year. And it'll help with Public Records Act requests, make a faster turnaround for the public that wants to see this. And I guess just if you have any questions, let me know and I'll do my best to answer them.
No problem. Is there any questions from council? The only question I have you spoke to the state to see if you can work directly with them to do it at all?
So the FPBC, I think that they do like a bidding process. So currently they're using South Tech.
Okay.
So as all of you sitting up there are 87,200 filers, you've used their system. I don't know what you think of it. Personally, we have found it's not that great. But NetFile is probably one of the biggest leaders in electronic filing. And if you talk to clerks all over the state, they'll tell you how wonderful it is. And they're offering us 24% off the regular price for the first 5 years. They also waive the $1,000 application fee, which the other ones don't do. So in our opinion, this system isn't what the state is using, but it's much better. So that's why we want to go with this one.
We can all understand that, that's for sure. Okay, any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2019-217.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We're gonna go over to G1, reports from City Council regarding their committees. Councilmember Lenore?
I have to apologize for missing my AMBAG meeting this week. I was out of town, so I have not attended any committee assignments. I have nothing to report.
Okay, Councilmember Spencer?
I have no committees to report on this time.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richmond?
I have two committees to report on, but they're both listed separately on the agenda. I'll wait until we get there.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Resendez?
I guess I'm the only one voting. I'm sorry, reporting on committees. Usually I don't. But on 9/4, I attended with Councilmember Spencer the ad hoc committee to potentially ban vaping. I think it was a very, very productive meeting. We talked with Public Health, myself, Councilmember Spencer, and it looks like the next steps are, and I wanted to follow up on this with you and with Billy, to hold a town hall. We wanted to invite all of them. Do you want to speak on that?
I talked to Billy. I think the best course for us to first take is to look at what an ordinance would look like with that, and then set up a town hall. I've talked to Daisy to draft a letter to send out to all 26
vendors or?
Thank you. Yes, vendors, retailers. So yes, I've been on it. Daisy was not available right away, but I'm hoping within the next week or two we can set up a meeting with Jason and do an ordinance.
Wonderful. So that's where we're at with that. We want to get everybody involved and be as transparent and fair as possible. More than anything, I think personally, I'd like to limit access to the youth of getting any type of flavor, vaping, or mechanisms into their hands. So we really want to look into that. On 9/5, I attended the Intergovernmental. I got a lot of notes on that. It's one of my favorite because there's so many people here. We've got the schools, we've got the county. Anyhow, really quickly, Billy gave a presentation on where we are with growth and the amount of housing. I think Billy was going to come back on the actual allocations, both in the city and the county, so I'm looking forward to that report. The schools, let's see. Oh, they said they're looking to make all the schools here K through 8th, as to opposed to building a new school because they can't actually afford to build a new school at this time, and because of the growth that they've been experiencing, that this is a more viable option for them and a more affordable option for them. Because enrollments have been up both in K-8 and high school. We got an update from the library, but I think we talked about that. I think we talked about it a little bit today. I'm not really sure. We talked about integrated waste ecology, and then last but not least, we want to look at possibly, and I brought this up to you guys before, potentially getting like some type of ordinance or some language in a policy that ensures that the schools sit down with developers to try to mitigate any impacts that they would have with any new development. So we're still working on all of that. After that, where am I at? On 9/10, I met with the ad hoc for the sign committee. This is, I think it's just inside the city limits. We talked about 4 different items: neon signs, digital signs, A-frames, and banners. It looked like it was a pretty good group, and there was a general consensus on where we all are with that and the different allowances and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to bringing that back to you guys. It was really positive. Everybody was in unison. And I'm hoping that you guys will adopt that policy and support it. The only thing that we didn't like or want to allow is the digital type scrolling signage. We don't allow it now anyway, so that's one route we didn't want to go down. But as far as neon and A-frames and banners, you'll see all the language behind it, but we want to allow all of those downtown within reason. And that's it for me on ad hocs. Thank you.
Thank you. I also attended the intergovernmental. I think the only thing I want to clarify is the school districts, they want to go to K through 8, but also still keep the 2 middle schools, so they don't, they're still going to have the 2 middle schools. It's just going to help adjust some of the additional enrollment that's going on with some of our schools. My big meeting this last month was with the Mobility Partnership. It's a group from Santa Clara County, VTA, and Caltrans to talk about the new interchange at 25 and 101. Unfortunately, a little bad news on that. We had originally approved going for what we called Alternative 2, which was a flyover from the 101 to the 25, but unfortunately because the 101 doesn't have an express lane or carpool lane, Caltrans would not allow that at this time. So the other options go to option 1, which is the first phase of it anyways, and that is basically fixing an intersection, the off-ramp right now at 25, and getting ready for the eventual punch through of Santa Teresa. And also, we're gonna basically go underneath if you're gonna go north on 101, you're gonna go underneath the bridge and then head north. It's not our favorite choice, but at this point with Caltrans and the issues, we don't have another choice. But the second phase corrects all that because that's when the widening starts happening, and that will have the flyovers and the additional lanes to it.
Question, I know we can't discuss it, but what about the railroad tracks?
That's another issue, and this is why this project is the full build out is $250 to $300 million. So it's a big project. That Santa Clara County, I want to remind everybody, Santa Clara County is paying for these improvements. So we're working hard with them to make sure we make the right decisions. On the positive side, we did vote to make the interchange at 25-101, the exit, to make the safety improvements on the shoulder to have a better flow of traffic until the new interchange is built, and also to make the interchange or the intersection at the Balsa and 25 right now has become extremely dangerous because people are basically stopping to let other people get onto 25, which is creating a backup. And then sometimes people force their way onto 25 in front of oncoming traffic. So there's been a big increase of accidents there. So we're looking at, Caltrans will be presenting some ideas at our next meeting, whether that be a light or eventually an overpass there. They're gonna come back to different concepts. And also the Bloomfield turn, what they're gonna do with that to kind of combine it together. Something that will allow the traffic from the, what's the farm, like the stinky farm?
Z-Best.
Z-Best.
Stinky farm.
Sorry, Z-Best. That's what my daughter always says. To allow the truck traffic to come through in a safer way to relieve the left turns by truck traffic that is adding to the problem. So it has now become a priority for Caltrans, for VTA, and now letters are being sent to the County of Santa Clara to get them to support it. In the past, Santa Clara County was not really in favor of doing anything there because they worried about some of the traffic in that area being a little harder for some of the truck traffic. But now everyone agrees this is a very dangerous situation and the priority is being set on it. And funding is actually available. We're trying to work through that through some of the other dollars that were out there to get these done quickly. So I will report back at our next meeting from that. And Bill, you look really interested in this topic. So.
Only because, well, there's a few things, but I think I misunderstood the 25 North 101 intersection. What's going to happen there in the interim?
So the way it's going to work at this point with alternate A or 1 is if you're heading north on 101 from the 25, you will basically stop, or you'll make a left turn before the bridge. You'll go under the bridge to head north. So you come around the bridge under it. They're going to widen that area. That's to make room for the future extension of Santa Teresa. If you're coming south on 101-25, that will become 2 lanes exiting with more area to allow cars to set up better instead of just forcing 1 lane. In the meantime, they're going to be working on the shoulder to make that improvement. They're going to widen the shoulder so that there's an additional lane there for people to exit safely for.
Stop sign or controlled intersection? Do you know?
We're looking at that also. They're going to present different ideas there to get the traffic to flow better. It's a big deal. This is 2 years in the making. I've been going on about the Balsa and some of these intersections. So for them to finally agree that it's a priority, and this is unanimous from all the members, it's big steps. So we're looking forward to that. Now I will keep everyone updated on it. No roundabouts there.
Not there.
Can't they just cut off the southbound traffic on Old Balsa?
We looked at different ways, but
Let
they're
them
going to
go north,
present it
but
to
don't
us.
let them come back south.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move over to item G2, informational reports. Councilmember Lenore.
I have no informational reports.
Okay. Councilmember Spencer.
Yes, I have 2. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying, I know there's been a lot of concern of late about some comments that I made. They were a figure of speech, exaggerated statements not to be taken literally. I meant no harm by them. I have used this type of speech for most of my life. However, as an elected official, I have learned from this experience, and I will be very professional in my communications with others. I hope that Council Member Resendez and I can move forward from this, and I just want him to know and the community to know I have never had any ill feelings towards him. So, however, I also want to read this. I received a letter from the FPPC on September 11th, and this letter is in response to a complaint to the Enforcement Division of the Fair Political Practice Commission regarding the above-named individual, myself. And the Enforcement Division will not open an investigation on this matter. The Commission enforces the provisions of the Political Reform Act, the Act, found in Government Code Section 81,000 and following. Based on a review of the complaint and the documents submitted, the Enforcement Division found insufficient evidence of a violation of the Act. The Enforcement Division found that Ms. Spencer, myself, works for San Benito High School District and receives governmental salary for her position. Her governmental salary from the district is excluded from the definition of income under the Act, Section 87103. So with that being said, I am not, it says, since we have insufficient evidence to establish that Ms. Spencer had a disqualifying conflict of interest with this governmental decision, we will not pursue an enforcement action in this matter. The reason I want I want this on the record and everything is because now I can participate in discussions and vote of anything that has to deal with San Benito High School. Okay. So I'm very happy with that outcome.
Good. Is that it?
That's it. I'm done.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. I have a couple of things I would like to ask the city manager to work on. I propose that this is normally where we talk about things for the future. So I hope we can get a majority of this city council to agree to take a short-term loan from one of our impact fees account, if that's allowable, and to use that money to get a head start on the Measure G funds. So I would like to get the city manager to work with the director of finance to determine whether or not that is illegal to do and whether or not it makes any sense to do it. Since I think as far as interest goes and payments, I think it makes a lot of sense, but whether or not, but the timing is everything. So if we can push the road repair up a couple of months by taking a short-term loan, By short-term, I mean no more than about approximately a year's worth of loan, and no more than 1 year's worth of Measure G payments, whatever COG says it is. I would like to put that in effect as soon as possible so we can get started on doing some of these road repairs. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the answer is on that. The second item is I would like to get a list of how much legal fees we've paid this year, and also how many obligations we have that we haven't paid yet for legal fees. I want to have it for two reasons. One is I want the public to see what it costs for legal fees, litigation, and corrections. And the second reason is I want to see if it makes any sense at all to talk about doing contracts to reduce our hourly costs for legal help. I don't know until I see the figures. Finally, I want to talk about something that's really probably going to be greeted with not very friendly from people, and that is Senate Bill 330. If you haven't heard about it, it's soon to go to the governor for his signature, and he says he's going to sign it. Senate Bill 330 basically is going to take any place where it's declared a urban area or an urban cluster. And oh, by the way, Hollister rates as an urban cluster according to the U.S. Census, and is going to put new restrictions on our ability to manage our own growth. It's going to, I can't go into all of it now because it's just too big and there's too many parts, and that would be inappropriate for this portion of my presentation. Just be aware that Senate Bill 330 is likely to be signed between now and the middle of October. And when it does, it will probably have an effect on everything we've done, including the growth management ordinance that we just got finished. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me go through. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I just want to say that I most sincerely accept your apology, and I want to tell you that that I too have probably been a bit unprofessional at times. I'm not innocent by any means. I really respect the fact that you did that, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I am looking forward to moving forward with you, going to mediation with you and with the vice mayor, and just remind people that at times things get very passionate and very personal when it comes to politics, and we need to learn how to decipher between the two. Keep things professional when it needs to be professional, and personal, put it aside. So I'm looking forward to moving forward with that as well, and I really appreciate you saying that and acknowledge that. Thank you so much. As far as informational goes, I want to say that I attended the Kinship Wine and Food Festival. I put on my Facebook, great cause for a great time for a great cause. I really believe that. I've gone every year. I can't remember how many years in a row now, but 100% of the proceeds goes back to our local youth here in San Benito County, and we have a great time doing that. Love doing that. Supervisor Dela Cruz called a meeting with the new RMA manager, myself, to talk, and the mayor was in attendance, and then we had the engineer, we had Brian from Planning Department to talk about Buena Vista and road improvements there. To see how we can move forward with some Measure G funds. And I apologize, I don't have all the information. Usually I'm really good about taking notes, but there is gonna be some residential development there. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to partner with the county and to be a little bit more proactive at how we plan out that road there. As far as aesthetics and slowing traffic, I've gotten a lot of complaints, real talk guys, emails and everything about the traffic that's going on at Buena Vista and Central Avenue. So I look forward to bringing back some more information to you guys and see how we can band together in partnership with the county. I'm really excited about that. Last but not least, yesterday was the annual celebration that I attend every year at St. Benedict's called Cremes. It's in to see, or actually to recognize the Mexican Independence Day. Really, really great community activity that goes on there. Several hundreds, if not thousands, of people out there celebrating the Mexican Independence Day. So it's a good time. If you guys didn't make it or have never been there, try to attend once. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Laura, you had a comment?
One item I forgot to mention. I had asked a couple
couple meetings ago, I would like to discuss RVs parked in the public right of way and our solution to that issue, because there's a roadblock we have, as in we don't have a contract with a tow truck company to tow the RVs. And then somebody said, well, they're living in them. Well, that's even worse. So I really want the council to have a serious discussion, because I see more and more every month RVs in the street. I'm not talking about our property that's not day. I'm talking about the ones in the street that we've always kind of said no to. We're not getting it done, so please talk about that. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. I think clarity, I think the chief was working on that and his.
Yeah, there's two different things going on there, but yeah, that exactly, yes.
Thank you.
Maybe I just need to be educated then.
No, yeah, we'll work together. Thank you for bringing it up. It's very important.
Yeah, we just can't be on the streets.
Yeah. Bill,
I said no.
when we're talking about funding for our roads, this is something I've been asking for quite a while, and I'm gonna keep asking for it. It's very important that we understand the funding we're gonna have from Measure G right now will cover some of the improvements we want to do this year or the following year. But as I pointed out in the past, until we have a permanent source of dollars coming in, we're going to always struggle with the road. So I want to, again, push to have this conversation about the VLF fees going towards our roads, so we have a steady source of funds, because until we do that, we really never have a true balanced budget. All we're doing is putting something off that ends up costing us quite a bit more. And if we do it right, we can eventually build $3 to $4 million a year to do what we need to do on an annual basis, so we can plan for it correctly, because the Measure G funds are here now, but they're not going to be here for very long. And as we get working on Highway 25, we're not going to have very many dollars from that program. So we need to be moving ahead of this rather than waiting. So I've asked for it before. I'm gonna ask again. I know you're working on it, and I know Brett might be working on it.
Well, and I know that we don't want to necessarily have a long drawn out conversation here. As the council knows, there's really no such thing as VLF anymore. It's property tax now. It's part of our general fund budget. What we've usually done in these situations is we've come to the council to say that we, like last year or the year before, whatever it was, we did $1.7 million of general fund to work on 4th Street, some of the roads that we've done. I think it might be difficult for Brett to put something together for you that's apples and apples of what was VLF versus what is now. But if the council wants to take action that says we will utilize one-time monies that we get on an annual basis for roads, I want there to be sort of, there should be a different type of policy rather than tying it to VLF, because we are really just talking about general fund. So does the city council want to spend general fund dollars on road rehabilitation? Sounds like the answer is obviously yes. What dollar amount do you want that to be? Or do you want it to fluctuate depending on how well we do in a given year or not? So we can throw those together, but I just want to make sure that the council and the community knows, as we spend money on those types of things, that means that we don't spend money on something else that's general fund, part of our general fund budget. So, but yeah, I can have something for you on the subject.
Yeah, I think we can talk about it in different ways.
Yeah.
But it's a critical component of our community. And as you know, we know these numbers about fixing our roads. The more you put off, the more expensive it gets. And that's been the problem in some of these areas. So we need to have a fixed number. So we're working from that point to create a budget that's realistic on the dollars we have. Otherwise, we say, oh, we have so many extra dollars this year, let's spend it on something else. Well, we have to make sure this is one of those fixed costs that we have to put in every single year, and it's going to help us in the long run rather than create more problems for us. So, and I'll be happy to sit down with you and Brett after.
Hey, Brett, but just a nod of the head. We can do that on October 7th? Okay.
We'll sit down. Okay. The other issue I had brought up in the past is giving me the ability to attend staff meetings. And I think, again, the public does not understand that the mayor cannot even attend any staff meetings or participate in any way, or even listen in, or even have an office here in City Hall. It's very difficult to explain to the public that, sorry, I can't get involved in that, I'll try to forward it over. But I think it's very important because I'm hearing from the public on a daily basis to be involved and hear what's going on at the very least. Maybe I can't provide the direction, but I should be knowing what's going on. And this is, I think it's very important. If not, why do we have an elected mayor? It doesn't make any sense. And I think the public needs to be aware of that because they're voting for me to be here to help them do certain things and be involved and understand what's going on. And to not have an answer just doesn't make a lot of sense. And I want to have that discussion. And if the council decides no, as they did in the past, okay, well, it's no. But we need to have that discussion because it cannot function this way.
Why don't we agendize it? That's what we're supposed to do.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. I didn't understand that.
Shall we allow the mayor to?
Can the mayor have the authority to come into the staff meetings? Absolutely. It's very simple. The other thing I wanted to get an update from you, Bill, is the motorcycle rally. You were going to bring up something, and if it's working, that's great. If not, let's just put it to a vote and go from there. But time is running out, and don't want to be in that situation in February of.
Understood.
Yeah. So that's it.
That's it?
That's it. Real simple. All right, city manager, now it's your turn.
Okay. First thing is I wanted to sort of clarify real quick. It sounds like we had a meeting about the vaping ordinance. I'll get with Jason. Just real quick, was the discussion to complete or was it for 21 and over? Oh, you guys don't know?
No, we do.
The discussion was for us to discuss it with the public and get all the vendors out there.
Then that's fine.
Some type of ban.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
You're good. No worries. I got it. I would. The other thing is that we've lost a couple members of our youth committee. We've had a couple resignations. We haven't had a meeting in the last couple of months because of a lack of quorum. That's something that I normally take care of. I would hate to see it go away. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know how, when the next regime comes, or the next city manager, who's going to ultimately take over that place. So I want to bring something back to the council for you to sort of ratify that we want this to continue, and we'll advertise again for a couple other places and re-advertise so that that keeps going. But I want to make sure that you folks know that that's something that we do here, or I do. It's super enjoyable, and I would hope that somebody coming in after wants to do the same thing, but I don't necessarily want to put that on somebody. There's a lot of other stuff going on, so that's something that I'll probably put on the next agenda. The growth management will be coming to the October 7th meeting. There's a couple other things I have on there as well, and I just want to let you know that I'm going to be gone on vacation for a few days next week. I know I apologize, but I'm going to go to Mexico for a wedding, so I will be gone just out of touch for a few days, and Brett or Michael will be able to take care of things for me. Okay?
Nothing to apologize for. That's what we get our vacations.
Just hope it comes
I
back.
just wish you would have brought up the youth part earlier. We could have drafted a few of the kids
Yeah,
that were here.
I know. I probably
They're
should've.
all ready to go.
You're
We
right.
should've
Well,
harnessed their energy.
I can talk. I
City-
see him every day.
City attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No statement.
Okay, chief.
No,
City clerk.
we're dead.
There's just a couple community events coming up. The San Benito County Chamber of Commerce is having a ribbon cutting at Be True Cafe, which is 330 Tres Pinos Road, on Friday, September 27th at 8:15 in the morning. And then, as you heard earlier, the First Responders Art Exhibit is the same day, Friday the 27th, from 5 to 7 p.m. And then lastly, there's a ribbon cutting at Head Start's newest classroom facility on Monday, September 30th at 11 a.m. at Calaveras School. And I think
And
the city.
parking day,
Oh, and parking day is the, what?
27th. 20, yeah.
September 21st.
Oh, the 21st. Okay. That
Oh,
It's this Saturday.
this Saturday.
Yes,
This
yes,
Saturday.
parking day.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
That'd be good.
We're going to move to item G4. Talk about the ice rink.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council members. Tina Garza, Recreation Supervisor.
Tonight, I'm just going to provide a report on a portable ice rink that recreation staff would like to offer during the holidays, beginning November 29th through December 8th. We are considering putting this ice skating ring on corner of, or down 7th Street between San Benito Street and Swoop Alley. Staff recommends City Council receive this report and provide direction to staff. Recreation staff did a little bit of research on the ice rinks. Some neighboring cities, the city of Monterey and city of Santa Cruz, have offered these ice rinks in previous years. And this research had led us to a quote we received from All Year Sports Galaxy. The portable ice rink comes in a variety of different sizes, but the quote we received is for a 40 by 40 foot rink, which is about like a 4-car garage or 8 parking spaces on each side, which allows up to 50 skaters at one time. The ice rink is a synthetic high-tech plastic that basically anyone can skate on. It's eco-friendly and made from a non-toxic recyclable material. Originally, the company allowed us 4 hours a day of operations. And if we want to go over those 4 hours, the cost was going to be $150 per hour. But after explaining to the company that we have many residents that are commuters and our city would benefit if the hours of operation were offered kind of like near the end of the week, the weekends, and for an expanded time frame per day. The company agreed to the following hours of operations, and I put those hours on top of your diocese on your in the front. So it would be Friday, after the day after Thanksgiving, 1 to 6. We have the Lights On Parade on Saturday, November 30th. We're considering it 12 to 9. Sunday, December 1st, so 2 to 6. And then on Thursday, the high school and Hollister School District gets out early, so we considered a 3 to 7 time frame. Friday, December 6th, 5 to 9. And then Saturday, December 7th is our Breakfast with Santa. And we're also partnering with Animal Control and Hollister Police for their Petography event that will be down 7th Street, and we are considering that time. Our event, Breakfast with Santa, is 8 to 11, so we would like to have it's supposed to be AM, sorry, the event open from 11 to 9. And then our very last day would be Sunday, December 8th, 2 to 6. And that gives us 40 hours, 10 days, so they just kind of worked with us, and they did approve that time if council approves it. If approved, we would consider some of the costs of the ice rink through sponsorships and then an affordable cost to the community. And staff just recommends we charge community that we charge youth and high school students $5 and then $10 for adults. And this can be in increments of 30 minutes or 60 minutes, whatever is decided through council. So I'm just looking for a recommendation from council.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Tina, for looking into it, bringing the information back. I met with Tina, and I thought that this would be a good idea to not only bring in tourism, but promote local businesses downtown. It's our first time doing it. I think it's something. It's a good start. I'm happy with it. I just think that, the nearest one I think is Bonfante Gardens, and then you've got to pay to not only to get into there to use it, and it's pretty expensive. Then you've got to pay for the ice rink. And then she said one in Monterey, one in Santa Cruz. So this has the potential, I think, to grow each year. Maybe we stay with this company, maybe we don't, maybe we change the times. But I think it's a great start. I think it's a great investment in, increasing the quality of life and the investment in our community. They always want something to do. It's really cheerful. It's around the holidays. So I'd ask that you guys please support this just to see where we can go from here. And I hope that it would grow year after year. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you. Councilmember Lenore?
I think it's awesome. Thank you so much for Roland and you for bringing this forward. I think it's the perfect time during the holidays, and I really look forward to folks coming downtown. That's what it's all about. Thank you. I look forward to your final report.
Thank you.
Councilmember Spencer?
Question.
Yes.
Do skates come with the rink?
Yes, it's included.
So it is
Did I
included?
skip that part?
Yeah.
Maybe I did.
Because it's like,
Yes,
where the
I did
skates
skip
gonna
that
come
part.
from?
Yeah.
So the company provides 2 workers, and they will be responsible for operating the rink, cleaning and maintaining the ice skates and equipment. And then with that, they they have a storage shed that they will place somewhere, and that will store some of the smaller equipment. So they will be in charge of the operations, but our staff would probably collect the fees, or we will collect fees, not probably.
Okay, thank you. And I do love the idea.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Richmond?
Just a question, because you know and I haven't figured it out, do you need a supplemental budget request for this entire amount?
I
Or
do.
only part of the amount?
I do need a supplemental.
For the entire amount, 21.5, what do you think you're gonna recoup? I'm just curious. Maybe $1,000, $2,000 or something?
Well, we kind of did some math on this.
Yeah, I figured you might have.
Billy can do it in his head. I still require a calculator. But we figured that if we provide, or if we have the 50 participants, you know, the hour, we could recoup $250, Billy? $250 to $500, you know, an hour. So
Okay.
we can definitely recoup a lot of the cost.
And how many hours are you gonna run, approximately?
It's 40 hours.
Okay.
Total.
Okay, 40, let's say 40 times 200,
Mhm.
okay. Yeah, I think that's well worth it. You could probably sell some ice cream or something and recoup more. So,
Hot chocolate.
Yeah,
The
looks
city
like
definitely.
looks like a good recreation operation to me. Thank you.
And we have no liability because the city does its thing on that?
Correct.
Okay.
So, and you
would
mentioned,
provide all that.
again, we look for sponsors also to bring down
Yes.
the cost.
Our community is very supportive in a lot of our recreation activities, so we would definitely see.
So if you can't explain the ice, synthetic
really ice.
ice.
It's not real?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
trying to explain, if you can explain to the public what that means.
So I'm not familiar with it all. It's what they provided. And the synthetic ice is, I'm not sure if I can come back.
If you can bring that in,
Yes.
maybe a location where one is at so we can see it and those types of things. I'm just curious.
You-
Just plastic.
Bosun's styrofoam. I'm not sure.
Essentially, it's a hard,
just like the
it's a
one
hard
they-
plastic.
It's the same one
surface.
they have at Monterey every year?
Yes,
So,
the one
yeah,
over by the
that
wharf.
one
It's
looks
similar
more
to
like
that.
it's ice,
Mhm.
so.
Yes, and it doesn't require any electrical use from us or water. They provide all of that to us.
Excellent. All right, so you'll bring it back?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this one?
There are no speakers.
Thank you very much for the update. All right, we're going to move to G5.
I'm sorry, can I go back? What would you like, an appropriation, right?
Yeah,
Is that
bring
what
it
you're-
back.
Okay,
For a vote.
thank you.
Thank you. G5?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned, I will be giving a report on the status of the general plan at every one of your council meetings from here on. As you recall, the direction was to go out and direct market or solicit additional RFPs. We are going to do that. We've kind of selected October 11th as a new deadline. We have 2 staff members that yesterday went to an APA planning conference, I believe in Santa Barbara, which is so they're there yesterday, today, and I think they come back tomorrow. So hopefully there are some other folks that are down there that they can reach out directly to, and hopefully we can get some interest from additional consultants. So that's where it is right now. Real quick update. Yes?
I'll wait till you finish.
Oh, no, I'm done.
Are you?
Yep.
I'd just like to pass some, you got a minute? Can I have the floor, please? Thank you. I'd like to pass some information to the council. The SB 330 that I discussed earlier tonight, I was reading through it, and there was a whole list of restrictions on changes of the general plan that will not be allowed. And a whole bunch of dates that you have to make any changes to the general plan. concerning densities in housing. This is the housing shortage bill that we expect the governor's going to sign between now and October 15th. About zoning and housing and densities and reducing numbers and so on and so forth without balancing it out. I haven't seen the final bill. I saw the one that passed the Senate and the one that passed the Assembly, and the governor hasn't signed it yet. There is drop dead dates on what dates, if you do it before a certain date, approximately mid-2020 or approximately June 2020. If you do it before then, some of it counts, some of it doesn't. So I just want to reinforce the fact that there'll be an external schedule somewhere that's going to force us to move quicker or slower or something.
Yeah.
And so we should be aware of that.
Thank you, Councilman Richmond. I think what we can also do is in the RFP, we may be able to add some language that the consultant should have some idea about what SB 330 is and any other legislative bills that have been recently adopted that affects general plan and land use designations. So we can certainly do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to item, or do we have any speakers for that item?
There are no speakers.
We'll move to item G6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item G6 is the ad hoc committee for the transit occupancy tax, otherwise known as the hotel tax. The ad hoc committee is myself and Councilmember Spencer. Last time I presented a bunch of data on who's charging what, how many places are charging what, where they're moving to. We had a request from Councilmember Resendez that he asked me about hotels, how many hotels. So I put down the number of hotels that currently exist and their regular non-discounted rates. The discounted rates are all over the place, so no one knows what they really are. Depends on what day of the week it is and all that. So I just put their non-discounted rates. And so you should have that in front of you, and there's copies available for the public. I've done some further checking, and it appears that we cannot put a tax measure on the ballot until November because of the fact there's not a general election. There seems to be some dispute at the Supreme Court of California right now concerning whether you can even put a tax measure on if it's a public initiative. They're having a big argument about that. But if it's not a public initiative, and this is not, you cannot put it on during an off-year election, apparently. You have to have people who are up for re-election to be able to put a tax measure on the ballot, and that's on the Constitution. So this is going to go fallow for probably a couple of months while we let the current election go by, and nothing will happen with it until we're getting ready for November, and we'll take another look at all the data and see where we are and see where we're going. So that's all I have, unless someone has any questions on that.
Okay. Any question, comments? Any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Okay. We'll move to item G7.
Again, I put it on to give the City Council report, the ad hoc committee, myself and Councilmember Lenore, on the tax sharing agreement. We had another meeting, Councilmember Lenore and I. We also had a whole series of email exchanges with the San Benito County Auditor, Recorder, Elections Controller, whatever it is. He's got a lot of titles. It turns out that it's a complicated equation. It's not simple. We sit here all the time, talk about 75-25. You would think, okay, I got $1, you get 75 cents, I get 25 cents. And for better or worse, that's not how it works. There's a whole bunch of complicated items in between, and under the current agreement, we're getting 32 cents and they're getting 68 cents in actual money, which is what counts in the end. We are working toward a more equitable agreement, a much more equitable agreement. We're also working toward getting rid of all our obligations to collect any impact fees for the county completely. They will collect their own, and we will put an administrative process in to make sure we do not process any permits prior to getting a county release saying people have paid their impact fees at the county. This eliminates about 10 or 12 different intersections of information where there's opportunities to make errors. For instance, the county forgets to tell us that some fee went up, or we get the notice and we don't implement it correctly, or et cetera. The county will just collect their own fees. The only thing they will do is write us a note on a form saying, we've got the fees, you can issue the permit, and that's a simplified version. Again, the one we're proposing right now, although we haven't locked it in, would substantially increase our portion of the taxes. In fact, quite very substantially increase our portion of taxes, and we'll be releasing that information shortly and probably asking for a joint meeting where the auditor can present the actual numbers. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you, Marty.
You're welcome. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Okay. HI, J and K, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second, all in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
8:30.
Hey, there's a wallet down there.
Is it mine?